Hello, 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 everybody. It is the 30th of November. It is the last day of NaNoWriMo. How are you doing? I hope you're doing really, really well, because we have a long day ahead of us, and it's going to be great, and it's going to be awesome, I'm sure. And yeah, I hope your weekend is going great so far. Mine has been. It was good to have a little break yesterday. I did do a little bit of writing. Oh, we don't have. Where's the music? Let's go with that one. I like to start on that one. I did have a little bit. I wrote a little bit yesterday. I wrote until the end of page 149 so that we could start on the very first line of page 150. I thought that was a pretty nice place to start. So, yeah, like I said, we're going to be streaming until midnight. We're going to be doing everything you can to get as far as we can for this NaNoWriMo 2025, which ends in, and if I may direct your attention, which ends in 7 hours and 56 minutes and 52 seconds. Boom. Yes, there is indeed a counter of how long we are going to stream today. It's been a while since we had an 8-hour-long stream. I don't think I have done that ever since the very first day, actually. So I figured that was a cool way of, starting and ending. And I hope you think so too. Okay, of course, there are a couple of things here that we just need to make sure are on the chat and all that. Okay. Now, I hope you guys are ready. I really do. Where are we in our story? Well, we are at the part where Vesper needs to learn how to do some basic healing. A little bit of basic healing with her with nature instead of the blessed water. So she has taken a branch down into the catacombs. We've had some exposition on the battle for the dying light, and Renaith asked her to bring a knife and cut herself so that she could heal it, which was weird and strange, and of course she didn't participate in that at all. No. Instead, she has asked, well, let's start from there, actually. Let's start from there. Can we use the branch to try and heal my arm? She asked. This is pretty much where we left off. I think we left off down here. So, it's a recap for you guys as well as to what I have been writing. What is wrong with your arm? Renee asked in return. Vesper wasn't really sure about how much she wanted to reveal in return, though she wasn't really sure why. It's a bit of a double phrasing, multiple double phrasing there. I bruised it. Your entire arm? Renee skeptically prodded. Most of it? Vesper's reply was a mix of nervousness and embarrassment as she slowly ran her other arm across it, feeling the heavy stings. If you're up for trying, the spirit said. I am, an eager Vesper replied, perhaps a bit too eager. But she was relieved that Renee seemed to let her bruised arm go. I see. That is good. Enthusiasm is good, he sounded pleased. Then let's begin. Are you currently holding the branch that I asked you to bring? Hey, there's a Glory 6 here. Hello, welcome to the live stream and welcome to the chat. I hope you are doing well. Bring herself Are you currently holding the branch that I asked you to bring? Vesper quickly grabbed the branch, pricking herself on the thorns as an unlucky response to her carelessness. Ow! She exclaimed to herself, hoping that the spirit didn't notice. I assume that you are now. Reynard could hardly contain the laughter in his voice. Vesper gave the warhammer a side-eyed look before answering. Yes, the cold reply came. Now what? Remember when we trained your connection with me? I do, Vesper said with confidence. If it was anything like last time, she was excited to repeat the success, and Lemon sounded like he was too. Good, that is good, Reynard said. Oops, wow. Misspelled Reynard's name here. I had a bit of a weird... It seemed like my ink pen here was drying up, but it kept going anyway. That was weird. And then added. But you must also remember to be humble. Confidence is good, confidence is needed, but too much of it can bring dire consequences. A flood of embarrassment rushed over Vesper, her cheeks growing warm in the cold, damp air again. How could you tell? The shy girl, I think. I want to say here, girl, asked in return. The shy asked, oh, no, okay, right, there was nothing here. I wasn't reading it correctly. The shy ask slowly came. That's a weird phrase. Your words and the way that you said them, he said with a feeling of an overbearing smile. That and Lemon told me the look. It's about what we're, and I guess we're off with that. Glory says, I am. How are you? Well, thank you so much for asking. I'm doing really well as well. It's a strange feeling. I have been streaming and writing this book for the past month now, and this is the last day of the challenge. Of course, I'm going to keep streaming, keep writing until it's done in the months to come. But just not as intense as it has been. So it's a funny feeling that I'm sitting with here. And yeah, I don't know. I'm happy. I'm feeling good. I am feeling really good about it. And I'm pretty chill because we have actually already completed the challenge, as evident by our little counter down here and our progress bar for that matter, which is shooting up way above where it's supposed to be. So that's great. And I'll just see how far we can come, how far we'll come today. So yeah, I figured going out with a bang, right? Ending this novel, the NaNoWriMo, the novel November challenge with a big stream until the very end of the day, until midnight. Until the 1st of December. And we're off here with an overbearing smile. Lad and Lemon told me the look on your face. Lemon? Vesper was confused for a little while. Was confused. For a little while. Until she noticed where he was sitting on the Warhammer's handle. Poet of the Free Words is here. Welcome, dude. Welcome to the chat. Wait, you haven't completed already? I thought you had. I have completed the challenge. As I don't know if you... Did I misspeak before? But as you can see, we're starting the day. As you can see down here on the UI, we're starting the day on 54,355 words. Give or take, it's an average. Out of the 50. So we have definitely completed, but I just want to see how far we can get, and I want to end the NaNoWriMo challenge with a nice, cool, long stream and see how far we can come. Just as a nice, hey, we did it. Let's have a very, very nice time to end things on. But yeah, as you can see on my progress bar as well, we have definitely a bit visual to show. We've definitely ended it and completed the challenge. I can't believe. Well, that, and we're still not finished with the story, so I'm going to keep streaming. Probably not every day, but I'm definitely going to keep streaming the writing of the story going forward, so that's good. I can't believe that you would call me out. Call me out like that. She said, looking at Lemon. Who kept on chirping. Whoops. Poet of the Free Verse asked, is it gonna last the next month? Yes and no. It's definitely after this stream here today, I think I'm definitely going to take a week off from streaming, and also because I want to do some videos instead, some long form content that isn't live. But it's probably I will continue the streams until, well, writing this and writing other short stories, writing 1-minute stories, and what else I have up my sleeve. But they're probably not going to be everyday streams, at least not for the time being. It's going to be 2 or 3 days a week, and probably around 4 hours every time. So that's the idea going forward, at least. And we'll see where we end up. Kept on chirping. Like nothing had happened. What was that? Oops. Damn it. The spirit asked. The spirit asked. Gloria says I have good handwriting. Well, thank you so much. That was... you must be the first one who thinks so, including myself. I think I have terrible handwriting. Sorry, I just had a Coca-Cola I wanted to open. I think I have terrible handwriting. I think my cursive handwriting is being better and better, but my actual handwriting is very bad. And somehow it sometimes feels like it's getting worse, but thank you. Thank you very much for the compliment. Cheers. Wow, okay. I should not have picked this cup. Whoops. I thought it was much more green than it was. Funny. What was that? The spirit asked. Nothing. ... Nothing. Vespa squinted her eyes. Squinted her eyes at the little yellow bird. Okay, I think the ink cartridge is dying now. But it looked like it was dying, like on this page as well. And then it wasn't, but then it looked like it was, and then it wasn't. So weird. Squinted her eye at the little bird. Before moving. That's not the right word, I think. I don't think word moving her. Oh my god. Okay. Her concentration. Okay, there. No, maybe. Oh no, what have I done? Okay, it is dead. It is dead. That was the end of that ink cartridge. I'm pretty sure. Yes, it definitely was. Into the pile with the others. This is how many ink cartridges have died during NaNoWriMo. That's pretty cool. And in with a new one. This one is all full. And there we are. Actually, I want the Lammy part to be at the top. There we go. Now, Lammy, please punch me. Before moving her let's go. Concentration. Fully back. Much better. Much better. JP Clundy is here. Just found you yesterday. I've been thinking about handwriting my stories as well. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the chat, dude. That I can only recommend it actually. And I'm so happy that you found me and that you decided to drop by. That's so cool. But seriously, there's actually, I think there's some pretty good pros for it. To handwrite your stories. We've been talking a little bit here on the stream as we've progressed. But yeah, I think personally the biggest pro that's for me, is that I have something physical. Yeah, it seems to be freeing compared to the keyboard. Yeah, yes and no, I guess you could say, but I think the best thing to do is the best thing for me is to have something physical. Like there is, okay, you can't really see the book here, but there's just something so cool about having finished an entire book like this, when you can write through the pages and just see all the words that you've written, right? That feels amazing, and you have something physical right away. And then there's some added bonuses. You think a little bit more about your words. There's actual studies that show that you remember what you've written better because of the physical act of having to write the letters out yourself instead of just pressing a button and it pops up. So that's that. That's pretty cool. I'm not saying that I remember everything that happened. I definitely don't. I definitely do repeat myself from time to time. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, that was another one. And then something that one of our regulars talked about is the fact that you can go back and edit stuff. And that might sound like a con to using handwriting instead of a pro, but just the fact that you can't go back and edit means that you have to keep forward. You have to keep moving forward, right? I think that's actually a pretty big deal, because a big problem when you're writing something is apparently that people don't finish their first drafts of the book that they set out to do. So it's like 3 to 5% of people who start a book who finish it. Only 3 to 5%, right? But the fact that you can't go back and edit this, it just means that you have to keep moving forward. Instead, on a computer, you can always go back and edit and do a little bit here and there and here and there and perfect it. Here, you just have to accept it and move on and then perfect it afterwards. And I think that's I honestly think that's a pretty big deal. And then I've found that I have, when I then digitize it, sure, apparently I write the whole thing twice basically, right? First with hand, and then you digitize it, so you write everything into a document on the computer, so you can start the editing process. But when you're doing that, you're already doing your first revision, and you're already doing your first edit, and that actually works really well. So there are plenty of things, plenty of pros as to why you should be doing handwriting, and I would only recommend it. Trickman is here. Hello, dude. Welcome to the stream. Congrats on reaching 50k. I sadly didn't reach it. But there's always next year, 100%. And we also don't feel bad about it, by the way, because I just had the opportunity to actually do the 50k, and I had the opportunity to stream it. So that was more of a, being unemployed, I had the time for it, so there's definitely no feeling bad about it, I think. And we also have regulars here on the stream. That sounds so weird to me. That sounds so strange to me. Who also did NaNoWriMo, but in their own way, and it was more of, just doing something every day, and just the fact that you participated, Trickman, I think that's something to commend, definitely. JB Clundy says, I will be giving it a try for sure. It makes you think a little more before you write. It slows the process down a little. I think that's what I need. I would 100% recommend it. 100%. I think it's and I think it's fun. Honestly, I think it's fun, especially when So I have this where every time a voice or a thought, I mark that by cursive writing, and it was horrible to do in the beginning because I haven't done it since school, which is like 25 years ago or something. And I can see myself getting better at the cursive, and that's really fun and really nice. And you know, it feels great. I would recommend writing with an ink pen. This is a cheap one that costs like $20 or something from Lamy. So it's just try it out and have fun with it. And you know what? It might not work for you. You might think this is shit. This is too slow. It's not as freeing as I would have hoped. But at least you've tried it then, right? So. Before moving her concentration fully back. Oh. Fully back to to the spirit and the task at hand, and the task at hand. I don't know if this should be rat me out like that. Rat me out? And this is how I make comments, in case you haven't noticed. So when I know something is wrong, or question myself something wrong for the edit, then I write it with this graphite, you know, so it doesn't actually mess with the words really, and I could remove it if I wanted to. Okay, so I'm a little bit, I'm not worried per se, but I am a little bit like, I'm not quite sure how I want this to work. I think, I mean, we're still gonna do the whole feeling of whatever, a feeling of the object, and then transferring that into Vespa trying to heal her own arm from the bruises. And like, she's going to succeed, but not a whole lot. Maybe enough that it isn't going to be in a sling anymore. And I also want her to transition into... I want this chapter to transition into the next by Vespa gaining the determination to just go up to the Grand Protector and say, hey, something is wrong here. So they need to sort of discuss that whole thing. I guess we could have the spirit, the mentor, ask her how she bruised it again, and then she's going to tell him about this whole conspiracy thingy. Well then. My table is a little high. There we go. Well then. Let's begin for realsies. No. Reina is continued. As if nothing had happened. As if nothing had happened. Nothing had happened, as if nothing. It's a bit of a weird, I don't know, it's weird phrasing. Weird. First, I want you to close your eyes again. To close your eyes again. Why would I need to do that? Why would I need to do that? Vespa asks, Vespa asked curiously, no, not curiously, Vespa asked something. I would need to do that. I mean, it's not a word, but cockily. If you're cocky, assertive, arrogantly, self-assured with brash confidence. Brash? I need to make sure I know what brash means, because that might be the word I'm looking for. Brash, overeated. Yeah. Rather brashly. Her former embarrassment clearly gone. Former embarrassment. Clearly evaporated already. Evaporated. I already know how to talk to you. I already know how to talk to you without closing my eyes. Yeah, I feel like she can be pretty... Yeah, I know how to do that. What did I say about being overconfident? Being confident. Rena's voice. What was hard? Very much like affairs. Sorry, I was just adjusting my music here in my room so it doesn't go into... So I can still hear it, but it doesn't go into the microphone. Very much like affairs. When Vespa had been caught doing something, something again that she wasn't supposed to. Supposed to. To do it? No. What did I say about being overconfident? Vespa didn't answer. Didn't answer right away. But instead intensely studied. these small red berries on the thorny branch. Whoops. That was a bit of a big full stop. I'm sorry. It finally came from her mouth. I don't really know if that one was needed to say mouth here, but whatever. We're going to do it anyway. Apology accepted. Oh. This is supposed to be cursive. Apology. Oh, apology. Why does that look wrong? Why does that look wrong? That's because it's without an I. Thank you. Damn it. Apology. Apologize. I mean, I haven't had trouble spelling apology before. That's interesting. That was weird. So around 33, that might be a highlight. Apology looks wrong. Apology accepted. Renee said. Though his tone of voice was still not as soft, and kind as usual. Ooh, I just had a revelation here. So, of course, let's go into our chapters overview here. Yeah, we're going to introduce nature healing in this chapter, and we're going to introduce spirit healing as well. But we're also going to say like how dangerous spirit healing is. So why I think it's a cool idea here. We use this moment here to sort of have Renaith, the spirit, lecture her. Lecture Vespa before they actually start with the nature healing. That healing using your spirit actually drains your life force. You will not be as old as you were supposed to become. So that's why it's dangerous, depending on how much you use, right? But first, we're gonna have a typical lecture teacher thingy. You know, we can stop right now if this isn't. If you're just going to have fun with it, something like that. Let me just check something. So I'm just looking through some notes here that I would like, I think. Alright. Yeah, let's keep up going what I just said. Yeah. If you... Oh no, this is supposed to be cursive. If you are not going to take this seriously, to take this seriously, I see no reason to continue. Dot. Hey, Blaze Flame is here. Welcome. Good to see you. Hello, streamer. Hello, my guy. I hope you're doing well. No, I am. I will take it seriously. I will take it seriously. I promise. Vespa asserted. What you doing? Well, we're doing the same thing that we've been doing all November, trying to take over the world. I hope you get that reference because it is a mighty good reference. And you know, as part of that, we're writing a book, and we're doing quite well. I just need to show here. Yeah, it is exactly what I wanted. Vespa asserted. What about you? What are you doing? And it was, of course, Pinky and the Brain reference. The Brain reference. World domination. World domination. Man, what a good show Pinky and the Brain was. Enough. I'll close my eyes right now. Close my Ice right this moment. I mean, she probably would just say right now. Now. See? Close her eyes. Close her copper eyes. And waited. Wait. Oh no. Don't waited for the spirit's instructions. The spirit's instructions. Playson has this show with mice? Yeah, Pinky and the Brain. That was this show, Pinky and the Brain. It was Warner Brothers. I'm pretty sure. It was great. They always tried to take over the world. One really stupid mouse and another one with really smart. And of course they always failed. Well, actually they did manage to take over the world in one episode, I believe, where they made a paper mache clone of the Earth and then lured everyone over to the new paper mache version of the Earth using free t-shirts. And so there were no people left on the real Earth, so they took over the world that way. And then they found that since there were no people, there were no subjects to rule over, so they got everyone back anyway and gave the Earth back. I mean, if that's not peak writing, I don't know what is. Beautiful. Instructions. While, oh, this is supposed to be cursive, yep. While I would love to believe you, love. To see that you are, oops, damn it, that you are indeed doing as I asked. Doing as asked. Rena said. From here, I sadly do not see anything. see anything. Wow, that was terrible. Anything good. Vespas, brow, furrowed for a moment. She contemplated how she managed to forget the fact that the spirit was trapped inside a warhammer all the time. And the spirit was trapped a warhammer all the time. Flame says this is a story about a character training different people to try and end some world-ending threat by learning some inner power inherent to the character whilst trying to find itself. Well, my story. It's about a story about a character training with different people by learning some inherent power to the character. Yes. I just need to reread what you wrote. But yes, that is the essence of it. She doesn't actually know that it's a world-ending threat. It's more like a threat to her small world, I guess. And the training is as much about finding herself as it is about things that she can use, that she's going to use in her struggle to help. But yes, and it's not training with different people, it's actually training with the same spirit over and over again. But you know, you sort of got it right. But there is definitely something I thought about is the elevator pitch of the book that I need to nail. Which, you know, you say what your book is about in a sentence or two, basically. Not that a book can be packed down that much necessarily, but it's just, I think it's a good exercise to know that your main plot at least is simple and interesting to follow. And it sort of occurred to me today actually as I was reading Gods of the Weirdwood, and my dad asked what that was about, and without explaining all the intricacies of the book, I thought of a really good elevator pitch for that one, which was it's about a main character who might be a reincarnation of a god, but he denies it because religion only brings war. That's a really compromised and simple way of describing Gods of the Weirdwood, I think, from what I've read so far. I'm like halfway through the book. But I think when you can nail something like that down, and if that sounds interesting and intriguing, then you're on the right track. Yeah, Flame says 2 nations collide, 2 peoples clash, difference divide, last standing survived. That's pretty simple, Elevate. Yeah, exactly, something like that. That almost sounds like a poem. Pretty cool. Nations collide, peoples clash, differences divide, last standing survived. Whoops, hello. 0101 elevator pitch. But exactly, something good. And I think I don't have mine quite down yet, so that's something that I need to work on and then try to implement. Make sure that that main plot, that red thread, is throughout the book. Oh, by the way, look at the countdown. There's only 7 hours left. Oh no! Oh! Only 7 hours left of the NaNoWriMo challenge. Actually, and her lips tightened, and her lips tightened. Elevator pitch, I never heard of it before. I heard of summaries. Yeah, I guess that's more. I mean, there might be my my educational background that plays in there, but it's the same pretty much as a summary or abstract, I guess. I'm educated within web design and video editing and so on. So like when you had a cool idea for a web design or a new web page or a product or something, an elevator pitch would be what we rehearsed. Flame, so what has she actually been doing for 50,000 words? She has been training. She has been she's been learning about who she is, and she has fought off these cultists that tried to kill her a couple of times. And she's been trying to find people who would believe her, who would believe what she said, what she's saying. JP Clunky says logline is what I've heard it called. 1 sentence summary. Logline, I like that. I've never heard that, but that is definitely a very good description. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah, logline. 1 sentence summary is what I've mostly heard it as. I read it in a book called Save the Cat. Interesting. Yeah. We just, in my educational background, we called it an elevator pitch. And it wasn't necessarily 1 sentence. It was a 30-second to pitch your product to a potential investor that you meet in an elevator. That was the idea. But a 1 sentence summary or a logline is a much better description. And it is something that I need to work on. And also, I definitely know that I have been rambling on for these 50,000 words. It has been more about reaching the 50,000 words than it has been making sure that it isn't rambly. But you know, like we said, we'll fix it in post. We'll fix it in the edit. But the trying to convince people to believe her, that's a big plot point as well. Big main plot point. the question is, are you discovering the story in these 50,000 words? Because that's what matters, says JP Clunky. Yes, exactly. Well, I hope so. I think from my chapters overview, I feel like it makes sense, this with the main plot, and I've sort of tried to have a structure that always keep the plot moving forward. So I would definitely say so. But I definitely also know that it's not perfect, and it's not supposed to be perfect. But it is very much something that I am aware of 100%. And you know, it's a super fun exercise, especially when you haven't read a book, written a book before. It's so fun to just think of or notice all these things that, hey, I need to be aware of. Where is the plot going? Am I rambling too much? Am I moving the plot forward? Am I introducing too much side plot? Are the side plots relevant? Are they even interesting, the side plots and all that? JB Clunky says, I do like that outline style. I'm a spreadsheet person too. Nice, fellow spreadsheeter. I saw this from, I think it was J.K. Rowling who did it to for her Harry Potter book, at least the first couple of books. But yeah, I've written something from the hero. I'm very much focused on the hero's journey because it's my first book, and I just needed something to structure it against. But I'm trying to keep up with some tension and all that, and make sure that, you know, it's at the top of my mind to think about these things. One thing to keep in mind, says Flame, if this is a trilogy, is to not just pump all your training, all your ideas into the first book. Yes, 100%. JB Clunky says, first draft, it's all about having fun while writing. Exactly. And I have been having a lot of fun. It's been a little bit stressful doing it in 30 days. Of course, we're not done yet, but it has been very fun as well. Flame, about the pump all training into the ideas of the first book, that's also something that I'm very, very aware of. It's the fact, like, she's 12, the main character, right? So I don't want her to be the one necessarily saving everything, but I want her to, through her own actions, through her own agency, to like be the catalyst to saving the day, I think. And I have some good ideas as to how that can happen. And part of the training here is not like, she's not going to be super well trained here. Like, we're going to train some healing, but she's not going to be master at it. But then that's not gonna be a big plot point. A big plot point is going to be healing through her own spirit instead of using nature magic that she's going to be introduced to here, because that's something that's dangerous. That's something that's going to have a, like, you know, a relevance later in the story towards the end. So yeah, she's not going to be a Super Saiyan at all here. And like you said, it is a trilogy, so I want training. I want her to become better. I want her to become more mature. She's going to be very immature right now, of course. And the second book, she's going to be like 15, 16, 17 maybe. The third book, she's going to be 20 or something like that. And that's of course going to impact her decisions and how much she impacts the story. Which is why I think a big plot point is the whole child trying to get not parents but adults to believe what she's saying. So it's a bit like, I don't remember who it was in the chat who said, it's a bit like the boy who cried wolf story. No one believes her, but she's trying to get people to believe her. Playtime says, trying to have fun. The first draft is funner than editing, but let's not forget how many headaches it gives us all. JP Klungy, are you close to your outline end for the first book? I'm fairly close. I think we're like 2/3 or maybe 4/5 into 3/4 into the book. So we're going to have this chapter here. It might be a fairly long one. And we're still in the test allies and enemies section of the hero's journey. And then there's going to be the last one where she actually tries to convince someone that bad guys are doing shit. Chapter 14 as this there is not going to be happening, I think. And then we're going to start the end. So these approach to the inmost cave, the ordeal, the reward, the road back, the resurrection, which is the climax of the story, and returning with the elixir is the end. I think those are going to be fairly fast. And so we are 1.5 chapters away from beginning this part of the story. This is probably 25% of the story or something like that. 20% of the story. We'll see. I have heavily underestimated my own rambling in writing before, so we'll see. Placeframe asked, how many books have you written, JP Klungy? 3 that I have first drafted, and a few short stories. Oh, that's cool. Working on the prequel to that, to what will be my first fantasy series. Oh, that's very cool, JP Klungy. Clundy? I say clunky, don't I, a lot? I'm sorry about that. It says Clundy, your username. I'm sorry about that. Oh, but 3 books, that's cool. That's fine. Yeah. So are they all fantasy books as well? The 3 that you've drafted? Now that was just plain rude. I'm sorry, I misread it. I didn't say I was good at reading things. I said I was... Well, I didn't say I was good at writing either. I'm just sort of trying to have fun here. But I promise I promised. Did he promised? Did he? To believe you. And that I will do. Damn it. That I will do. Renaid continued. Continued. Though you must also understand must also understand that we will not be playing around today. With this. It is not like David Clundy says one is a thriller, 2 of them are fantasy. They're not that good at all, but good training drafts. Okay, so is that why you haven't edited them, like made it into final versions, only kept them as drafts? That you're not so happy about them? It's also nice, you know, to have drafts of stories, I think, that you can always go back to when you're more experienced and maybe turn them into what you think are really, really great books. Like, this is going to be my first draft of a book. But I'm very much going to continue writing on it and editing it until it's done. And I don't know, at some point I'll probably see if someone would be interested in publishing it. I mean, it's just a dream, right? But you're allowed to dream. It is not like last time. In this sense, it's. Then she interrupts him. Didn't you just say it was like last time? Didn't you just say that it was like last time? Vespa was sitting on her knees, Whoops. Very much confused. With her eyes closed. JP, you know what? I'm just gonna say JP, and then I'll avoid the Clundy altogether and not call you Clunky. Basically, I use them to learn about my world and my characters. So instead of editing them, I am re-outlining them, outlining to rewrite them. Ah, okay, that's nice. I'm using short stories to do that. Not so much about the characters, but about the world. JP says part of it is that there is so much going on, and I was unsure how I wanted to write it. One point of view and multiple trilogies, or combining them all the point of views into one large series. Marvel versus A Song of Ice and Fire. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think it's cool that you just throw yourself into it and just first draft the books, and then I mean, it's how you do that, right? That's nice. It's a good way of going about it. I'm using short stories to show and tell about my world. And then this book here is, using a lot of the things that I've written about in my short stories. So far I have 4 short stories. No, I have 3 done and a 4th one on the way. And my plan is to do 10 short stories, 1 for each of the species in my world, showing their culture and their religion, the way of life through different stories, right? So not so much lexica way, not so much a fire and blood type of way, where it's very much history, but much more in the way they talk, in the things, the events that happen. So the idea is that it's supposed to be much more natural. JP says it's a hobby that calms me, something I enjoy after work every day. That is a wonderful way of going about it. That is such a good outlook on things, and I'm totally with you on that. I didn't take up writing until actually do something about it until 3 years ago, and I just found that, wow, I find my flow state when I'm writing, and it's so cool. David says I might steal that idea. You are so very welcome to do that. I think it's a fun way. I'm having fun doing it. So you get this anthology style book, and then I have every story is connected somehow. Some of the connections are vague, some of them are really big, I guess you could say. So my first story was called Calamity, and that was about dwarves in my world, and it featured a human and the human's religion. And that was the connection to the second book that was called Danger. No, that book, a short story that was called Danger, that was about humans. That story featured a dragon who was connected to the third story, which was called Fly, which was about dragons. And in Fly, there was a little animal that is featured in the fourth short story, Wand, it's called so far at least, who is like a minor character in that story. So you have this, I just think it's a really fun little way of toying with they're not necessarily happening at the same time, but there is some sort of more or less vague connection between them all. JB says, after my writing session today, I will be diving into your stories. Well, you are most welcome to. You can read them on my webpage, forgottensongsfantasy.com, or you can hear me at least read 2 of them on my YouTube channel. I'm not saying, just be warned, I'm very much an amateur writer, so don't expect great poetry. But I am happy and quite proud of them. So, that connection is a great way to do it. Yeah, I just thought it was a bit fun. I also have this weird thing where the title of one short story could also be the title of the short story before it, in, again, very vague way, but I just thought that was a fun challenge for me to do as well. So Danger could also have been the title of Calamity, because there's a danger present in their way of life. Fly could be the title of the second short story, but not in the terms of flying, but in the terms of escaping something. I think it's a really fun way of having that. Also just showcasing that the short stories are, you know, they're in one anthology. They're supposed to be read in an anthology, more or less. JP said the fact you have posted your art and it's out there is so motivating. Makes me want to do the same. Do it. Just do it, as Shia LaBeouf said. And my whole idea is, like, it actually, I feel like it took a lot to just post it, just put it out there, even though no one was watching, but just putting it out there. But it also felt really, really good. And then I have this idea, I can show you. If we go to short stories, if we go to Danger, for example, I have versions up. So every time I update the story, I put another version up. And if people would like, they can read the other versions. And they can see what's changed, and they can speculate what has changed and why. I don't know why people would do that, but I just thought it was funny. I thought it was a fun way to do it. And it's also, you know, an archive for myself, so I could see it. And see where I came from, and how I hopefully got better. I love that. Ah, thank you. I love that too. I will be looking at those as well. You're most welcome. They're up there for a reason. Okay, I need to move along here, I think. But you know, we're just chilling. It's just nice. We're just having fun today. There's no goal that needs to be reached. We're just, I guess it's my own pride that tells me that I am now half an hour behind my regular pace of 1 hour per page, but whatever. It's all good. Didn't you just say that it was like last time? This should be, let's cursive this one. That it was. Okay, I don't know how to make it W apparently. There we go. Was like last time. Oh no, JP, no apologies are needed. No apologies. I am more than happy to chat and discuss. And I mean, that's the reason the chat is here. That's the reason I'm doing this whole live stream thing. It is to chat and talk to people who shares interest in fantasy and writing. So please do not stop yourself from writing anything. It's also like I need to sometimes, I think, to just say, okay, for myself, I need to move on a little bit, and then we can chat after I've written a little bit. It's in no way, shape, or form I ask for you guys to not write anything. So please do keep writing everything that. Please do keep chatting everything you want. I did Arena had to think a bit. before he answered. I did. And that is still true. That is still true. He said. He finally said. But what I am about to teach you, I am about to teach you wow, that's a that's some terrible cursive handwriting right there. Is also much more dangerous. Also much more dangerous. Dangerous. There it is, the end of page 150. Yes. 151 is next. 151. There we go. Let's fan that a bit. So the ink dries. Much more dangerous. Then communicating. Through our spirits, through our spirits. How so? Vespa asked. She could feel nervousness, excitement. Her body beginning to fill with a mix, with a mix of nervousness and excitement. How can it be dangerous? How? Damn it. I think W is my the letter today that just will not be written by my hand. At least not the first time. How can healing be dangerous? My older sister has never talked about the blessed water being dangerous. The blessed water being dangerous. Being anything other than good. I see. I see. Which is funny because he can't see. Really naive. Contemplated. Contemplated. Best words for a bit. Before continuing. must say that I then disagree with your sister. Then disagree with two S's, isn't it? Disagree. No. Alright. Yay, yay me. I don't know, just look weird. With your sister. Healing with healing yours or anybody for that matter. Should never be taken lightly. Never be taken lightly. When it is using any element. Vesper didn't like the spirit talking shit about her sister. Yeah. Didn't like the spirit talking down about. I'm not sure that's the phrase, but we'll see. Talking down about the spirit. No, her sister. Her sister. But Reina, it continued. Continued before she could object. Continued before. Whoops. She could object. You are using you're using the energies. The energy. I'm not sure I want to use energies myself, actually, but right now I don't have a better word for it. I guess we could look up the plethora. Energy. The vigor. Oh, it could be potency as well. The whim. Ready vitality. I mean, it would be kind of fun to use vigor because these are the paladins of the vigorous oath, right? But let me just vitality. Vitality. Yeah, that's life force. Life force. That might be better. Vitality, let's just maybe that word. Vitality of something, the energies of something. Transferring. It to either yourself or somebody else. Either yourself or somebody else. Somebody else. He lectured. Making Vespa think, making Vespa think this. Definitely. Wasn't the first time. Wasn't the first time. Renaith had taught this. Had taught this. Or reprimanded someone. Or reprimanded someone who wouldn't listen. I'm not sure that's the right word, but I'm gonna go with it for now. Word that someone who wouldn't listen. Best case scenario. Best case scenario. Is that nothing happens. because you're doing it wrong. Whoa, 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 whoa. Because you're doing doing things incorrectly. That's supposed to be the dot over the I. Doing things incorrectly. I'm not sure if that's actually the best case scenario. Would be the healing like works, right? Worst case, is that you overdo it. Hurting yourself in the process. Hurting. Process. Training your healing abilities, if you do indeed have them. Abilities. If you do indeed have them. Is as much about restraint, is as much about learning and applying restraint and knowing your limits, knowing your limits. As it is, oops. As it is something something. As it is about the recovery of the wounds. Recovery of the wounds. The wounds, champion. The wounds. A little bit of Magni Bronzebeard for you there. If you're if there's any Warcraft fans in the crowd. And that mostly made sense to Vesper. Mostly made sense to Vesper. Who was now once again staring at the thorny branch, at the thorny branch in her hand. How can you hurt yourself? How can you hurt yourself? She asked. Depending on your ability and understanding of the body, understanding of body, Renate replied, seemingly happy. That Vesper sounded a bit more humble. Sounded a bit more humble. One might be so unlucky as to engage one's own spirit in the process. And doing that takes away your force of life. Maybe we should have Vespa ask what happens then. Vespa didn't even know. That you could use your own spirit to heal, could use your own spirit to heal. Much less like if she was using the blessed water, she was using the blessed water. But on the other hand, she didn't even know it was possible. She didn't even... Hey, look at how close we are to the end of page 151. She didn't even... know that a branch could be used for such things as well. Could be used for such things. Before coming down into the catacombs today. Coming down into the catacombs today. Sorry about that. I just need to check some things. Down into the catacombs today. It depends. Arena is tentatively responded. Tentatively responded. It depends. On depends on what? On your training. And how efficient you are at are in your ability. In your ability abilities but if you are unlucky and overconfident, as I keep telling you, overconfident, you could end up using your very own damn it, life force in the process. So you must promise me. You must promise me this. So you must promise me if you ever feel a drain on your life. Let's go with that. But now on your life. To stop immediately. Damn it. Immediately. Can you do that for me? You do that for me before we begin. Do that just to reassure that we are actually going to begin in just a little while. Do that for me before we begin. Okay, we basically caught up with 15 minutes on this page, so that's good. It's very good. Maybe even more because we started 10 minutes. I think we started 10 minutes past 4 with the writing. So that's very good. I actually don't want her to promise this, but I want her to say something that makes Renee just like go along with it. But what if the one that you are trying to save, you're trying to heal, really needs the saving? Trying to heal needs to be, that was page 151. We move on to page 152. And we're fanning. Trying to heal needs to be saved, and they matter a lot to you. Needs. Vesper asked, avoiding to promise anything. Vesper asked, avoiding to promise anything. Whoops. JB is saying, I was waiting until you finished another page before asking. No, I told you not to wait. You should just ask. But okay. Are you working on the short stories alongside the novel, or are you kind of a one drafting project at a time writer? I am. Well, mid-September, October, and November has very much been focused on prepping and writing this novel, drafting it. But I do have multiple projects in the works, and I think I have 3 right now, including this one. So 2 short stories on the side, and I do like from one time to another to write a 1-minute story as well, just to break things up a little bit. I do have a main focus though, I will say. So I think that's how I prefer to write it. And we talked about this on the stream as well before, but it was an advice from Brandon Sanderson, not directly to me of course, but on his YouTube channel, to have multiple projects. So when you feel stuck in one project, he does that as well. Move on to another one, and just the act of doing something else, he finds often locks up ways of getting around a problem or getting the characters out of dangerous situations, or whatever was blocking you from the main one. So yeah, multiple projects, and then I jump to and from them when just, it's supposed to be it's supposed to be fun, it's supposed to be relaxing, like you said. But yeah, that's how I work, I found out, and it's nice. I am almost done with the first draft of my 4th short story novel, so that will have some priority as well in the new year at least. Besides this one, and it's not like I want to put everything else on hold just to finish this, even though it makes sense to finish something, right? JP said, I know you said for us to chat, but I was seeing a little flow state going and I didn't want to interrupt it. Well, thank you. I'm the same way. I just know some people cannot put their minds into different things at the same time. Yeah, and it's just about finding what works for you, right? It's like, I think I brought this on a couple of times, but it's like Stephen King, who hates structure and hates notebooks. Like, I'm a very heavy notebook guy. I write down ideas. But his reasoning is that if it's a good idea, you don't forget it. And I think that makes sense. But at the same time, I felt like I've come up with an idea like right before going to bed or while I'm lying in bed. And I thought, oh, that was a really good way of resolving this problem. And then when I wake up, I can't figure out what it was. So I don't know if it was good or bad now with a clear set of mind. But that's what you find out by doing it, right? That's why it's so important to do it, to get to do something. Yeah, I have to write it down, exactly. I'm totally the same. I have to write it down. And I have written stuff down in multiple different areas of my life, like in notebooks and in notes on my phone or in ideas on my Google Drive or something. Like, it's just all over the place. And then the next challenge is sometimes to find where I wrote it down. Yes, Stephen King also hates outlining. He is very special. He's a very special case. But I do think it highlights that, everything works differently. And it's just about finding your ways. It's like Brandon Sanderson has the 5 books rule before one is ready to be published. And that's not saying that your first 4 books sucks. He's saying that to know, like, you need the training, you need to know how you work best, and you need to know how to tell a story. And you usually don't do that the first time around. You usually don't figure that out. I mean, there are outliers, of course, but yeah. Organization of my ideas and notes is my downfall as well. You know, I've also heard that the most brilliant people are the most disorganized, so that's... I don't know if whoever said that to me just said it to make me feel better, but I took it to heart. Just promise me Renaith said without taking the bait. Vespa looked to the singing lemon sitting there on the handle on the Warhammer's handle. Hammers. She would definitely, gladly give her life to save him, she thought. Should this have been cursive, given its thoughts? And was reminded of the time in Afaya and her's room, Afaya and her's room, after she had found Lemon, after she had found him. And was unsure if he would make it. Unsure if he would make it, yeah. Vespa never wanted him to go through that again. To go through that again. Could you heal only through your spirit? She then asked. Silence followed. Filled only by the chirping of the little yellow bird. By the chirping. By the little yellow bird. Off. Very, very important. You can Reina decided to tell her. But that is something only only the very best the very best of the elder druids. Are able or even attempt to do or even attempt the voice coming from nowhere and everywhere. Voice coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Not everything, everywhere. Everywhere. And everywhere all at once. Sounded much more like a warning. Sounded much more like a warning. Than Vesper had ever heard him. Vesper had ever heard. Not heard. Heard with an A. Heard him. There is a very high chance you both lose your lives. Very high chance that you who performs the healing, whoa, damn it, performs will not only shorten your own life, but also lose it all together. Lose it all together. Oops. Alongside your patient. That doesn't seem fair. Oh. No, it doesn't seem fair. So you might die. not get to save the one you were trying to. Vespa was shocked by that revelation. That revelation. Maybe rather shocked. That is correct. The spirit simply replied. There was not a pride in his voice, but a pride. Not arrogance, hubris, dignity. Maybe decorum. No. Esteem, worthy, respect, composure. Yeah, calmness, mind, poise, freedom, sort of balance. Let's just use calmness. There was a calmness. To Renaith. Damn it! Couldn't. I wasn't able to be there. There was not enough room. Renaith's voice. That as if he was finally happy with the impact of his words. Happy with the impact of his words. Why would your life get shortened? Vespa asked the question. Eating away at her mind. Eating away at her mind. Your spirit is your life force. Renee explained. His voice back to the usual calm. His voice back to the usual calm. Oops. Kind tones. And your life force determines how long that you will live, that you will live, among other things. Among other things. Dot and then capital A here. He added. No. He added. So when you use your spirit that energy will no longer be with you. Will no longer be with you. Or within your own body, within your own body. All right. Vesper was a little stunned. A little stunned by this information. That's supposed to be an F. Everyone can see that. So she didn't say anything. Say anything in response. She simply just kept staring, not scaring, kept staring at Lemon. Hey, we're close to the end of page 152. Things are going pretty well. Pretty well so far. Are you still up for trying? Up for trying? Trying this? Arena gently asked. Gently asked. Nature healing, of course. As I will not teach you. Teach you the other. At least not now. But it is okay. All right. And very understandable. Should you not wish to continue, I have other ways to determine if no No! Multiple different lines that wasn't in cursive. God freaking damn it. Cursive. Cursive you! Damn it. I'm just going to leave it. And then we're going to do cursive from here. If you might indeed be of the Fae folk. Vesper nodded. Vesper simply nodded. Without a word. While staring at Lemon. Who had caught her eye. Eyes as well. I see. Renee stated. Lemon tells me that you you are nodding. Are you nodding? Because you want to stop. You would like to stop. Or because or because you still wish to continue. Continue. Oops. Was the only sound. The only sound that escaped Vesper. She shook her head. Hey, that was the end of page 152. We actually caught up with that half an hour. We caught up with our pace. That's pretty wild, I think. Page 153. 3 pages a day, 3 hours of live streaming. So far, we got 5 hours to go still. God dang. Hot diggity dang it. Shook her head to regain some composure. I'm actually going to have a little bit of a toilet break, so I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, I'm back. Let's continue, shall we? To regain some composure. No. I mean, yes. I would still like to try. Vespa's curiosity. might have suffered a blow. Have suffered blow. From the revelations. That Reina wild line have delivered. But it was still present nonetheless. That's one word. Nonetheless. There's hair on my desk. God dang hair. How dare it? Might have suffered a blow from the revelations. But it was still present. But it was the person nonetheless. I lost my train of thought. To be fair, this usually happens like even 30 minutes into the stream. So the fact that it happened after the first time after 3 hours, that's kind of a big success, I think. Well, definitely full stop. Okay, I remember what it was. She was just more determined now to mean it. Then before or maybe it was a wish to show how she could be serious and concentrated. She could be serious and concentrated. Mm. I see. Good. Pleased with finally getting through to her. Pleased with getting through. I don't know if this is sort of a repeat of what we just wrote on the last page, at the end of the last page, but yeah, whatever. Pleased with getting through to her at last. Repeat. Then we will begin. Close your eyes. Vespa did what she was told at once. Did she was told at once. And you still have the branch in your hand. He asked. I do. Again. Oops. Again, the answer came promptly. Answer came promptly. Again, the answer came promptly. much. To the spirits. Pleasement? Is that a word? Pleasement? No. Enjoyment. Enjoyment. Pleasure. Delight. Let's use delight. Good. That is good. That is good. That's it. That's it. As a stepping stone, that's a weird phrase. To begin the actual lecture, training, weird. Now tell me. What do you feel? As you investigate? Do we have another word for investigate? Investigate. Examine, inspect, explore. Let's use explore. Oh, it's like this, and then explore. I swear, X is the most difficult letter in cursive. I will die on that hill. And remember, do not look at it. Remember. Do not look at it. Sorry. Oh. It has been a long month. But it is strange and weird how close we are to the end. We're almost halfway there today. As if Vesper didn't already know that. She gave a low scoff. Without saying anything. Saying anything else. Anything else. While delivering sounds so formal, while putting the thorny branch into her left bruised and still in a sling, I think. Bruised and arm still in the sling. Linen sling. Hand. So that she would be able to freely investigate. Freely investigate. That can totally be here on the rest of the page. Investigate. With the right. I feel this began slowly moving, slowly beginning. No, damn it, beginning. There's two ends there. To run her hand over the branch, careful of the thorns. feel bark. I feel leaves. Actually, I'm just gonna go out, quick break, and just gonna go out and start heating my food. So it's not going to be a bathroom break, it's just gonna be a quick break. Be right back.
Danger.
Wait, have I been talking about without... No,
Artifacts
mic is
never
muted,
really
god
liked
damn it.
humans.
How long was
They were
that?
prejudiced,
Was that the
greedy,
last 5
knew
minutes?
what atrocities they
Damn
were
it.
capable of, even to their own kind.
Thank you for saying that, JP, by the way. It had to happen. It was bound to happen sometime, right? It's been 30 days of live streaming almost. And I think that's the first time that I actually missed to unmute my mic. Anyway, food break. Just about 15 minutes. I will see you there. Enjoy Danger.
Danger. Party sacks never really liked humans. They were prejudiced, greedy, and he knew what atrocities they were capable of, even to their own kind. Indeed, he didn't know a single human's name, despite it being a handful of years since he settled so close to Ashencross. But they didn't like him either, nor did they know his name. At most, the townsfolk tolerated him, only acknowledging Parthesax's presence when they needed healing for injuries that their precious teachings of the Five Pillars shouldn't know about, or when he sold them fire blossoms, so they could easily start their ovens and furnaces. Still, though, no one had turned him in to the Templars yet. That he had to give to the humans. He rarely went into town for those reasons. It was only when he absolutely needed something, or to study the rituals at the large temple of the Five Pillars. Parthesax found religion immensely fascinating. The followers of such dogmas seemed to share a strong bond, even if what was preached seemed rather illogical to a dragon. However, the massive explosion coming from Ashencross was something he simply could not ignore. It had been late in the afternoon when Parthesax was watering the sweet-smelling deep orange fire blossoms, a little belated from his usual routine, and the sound of violent thunder had come crashing. As a curious Parthesax turned his head, the shockwave followed. The force caught his webbed and leather-like wings, and moved him a surprising amount, leaving deep claw marks in the stamped ground as proof. Parthesax's wings had gone unused for such a long time that the meeting with the shockwave actually left them a little sore where they joined his body, all the way from wrist to ankle. And finally, after Parthesax had managed to gather himself ever so slightly, the rain and dirt came falling from what had been an otherwise clear summer's day. But what had truly brought astonishment and fear to the dragon's rosy amaranth eyes, enough to make his vertical slit pupils almost look like those of the humans he despised so much, was a large column of fire rushing to the skies. Something faint yellow and ghostly had been circling the otherwise perfectly vibrant orange fire, which gave Parthesax a chill down his spine. And then there was the feeling, barely noticeable, but still one of dread, almost as if something had tugged on his very soul. He simply had to see for himself what had happened in the human town. Parthesax pulled the hood of his dark fur cloak over his off-white horns, a feat that wasn't easy with their pointy ends. He also tried to hide as much as possible of his matte amber snout without obscuring his vision too much. It wasn't a long way to Ashencross from his cottage, so Parthesax expected to arrive before the sun started to go down, and there was no need to scare potential travelers with his looks, or the townsfolk for that matter, hence the large hooded cloak, even if the weather didn't invite its use. It was dusk when Parthesax made his way over the Grand River Bridge, decorated with beautifully ornamented large stone flowers, and into the rather small town of Ashencross. He had always found it strange how a town of this size would be home to such monuments as the Ashencross Bridge, or the Great Temple of the Five Pillars. Parthesax had even heard rumors that the Grand Temple of Ashencross was larger than those in the humans' so-called capital cities. It was definitely the biggest in the kingdom of the Quillisfell, though still inferior to the blessed Temple of Havenbring, if the same rumors were to be believed. The air is strange this evening, Parthesax thought as he walked around the empty streets. There were no city walls or gates to go through to get into town. Instead, one simply walked over the bridge and the town was just there. It must be the town's small size. Yes, that's the most logical reason for the lack of city walls, Parthesax argued with himself. He had the same argument every time he visited Ashencross. It was the same feeling from earlier that turned the otherwise now slightly damp air strange and forced his mind away from the missing walls and oddly placed monuments of humankind. The feeling came and went as he moved further into the town towards the loud voices that told him his direction. It was the same dread feeling that he had felt back at his cottage, like a slight tugging on his soul, and it became stronger still the more he walked towards the human cries. As Parthisax turned the corner of the blacksmith he had sold so many fire blossoms to, he finally saw the devastation that the explosion had left on the small town of Ashencross. Looking over the temple square, he saw panicked townsfolk scrambling together to deal with the aftermath. There were groups of males, or men as humans preferred, something Parthisax still had a little trouble with, trying to find survivors in the collapsed wooden homes. So many houses looked as if they had been torn apart in a storm, the likes of which no one had ever seen. Other groups of men were trying to extinguish flames on the houses that were still more or less standing. Parthisax noticed a group of older boys awkwardly moving to and from the middle of a small pond that he had never seen before in the now torn-up cobbled square. Then the boys picked up the pace, ran to the filled water buckets to the men by the flames, and back to the pond where they once again started their awkward movement. It took a few good seconds before Parthisax realized that there used to be a well where the pond now lived. And after a couple of more seconds, he noticed that the boys were actually sliding on frozen water. The boys tried desperately to move as fast as possible to a hastily carved hole before filling their buckets and going the other way once again. It didn't seem to matter though. When the ice-cold water doused the flames, it almost seemed to spur them on instead. The dragon walked carefully around the square in order to not interfere with the other humans raising the injured survivors to the temple. Parthisax didn't want to get in the way of those with the gruesome task to collect the dead, and the body parts scattered across the square itself either. The stench of death and burned wood was almost unbearable. He finally saw the big crater next to the massive temple of the 5 pillars as he got closer, or rather of the 3 pillars, as the explosion had laid waste 2 of the great whitewashed stone columns of the normally pentagonal building, taking the corresponding wall and some of the roof down as well. Curious how none of their divine angels have come to aid, Parthisax thought before dismissing it. Now wasn't the time. Even more curious was what the explosion had revealed when it tore down the columns and walls of the mighty temple. Inside looked to be another large stone structure, this one fairly unharmed, with old walls in the shape of... is that petals? The more Parthisax studied the newfound architecture, the more the strangely shaped walls started to look like the water lilies that usually floated in abundance on the river right next to the temple. Many of those flowers, which were usually tended to by an old female of the temple, now laid across the temple square, either flat on the ground with their long roots in every direction, or in their newfound homes in the large puddles. Deep in his studious thoughts, Parthisax suddenly bumped into a human kneeling on the ground in front of him. "I am sorry." He had been around humans long enough to learn their tongue, albeit he still carried an accent from his own. No one answered. When the dragon looked down, the human was sitting on his knees, half buried in the ground, with arms completely still by its side. This human male wasn't even looking at Parthisax, but directly at the sky through wide-open, soulless eyes. With his mouth imitating the eyes, it was as if life had simply left him, leaving only a husk behind. And now, having noticed one, Parthisax saw many more lifeless humans sitting with their knees buried, spread out all over the square, not unlike the water lilies from the river, but much more macabre. And along with his realization came that dreaded feeling again. This time, it nearly knocked the air out of Parthisax's lungs, as the tug on his soul felt to last just a little bit longer than the other times. Feeling the cold ice on his clawed toes, Parthisax suddenly became aware that he had walked right into the middle of the temple square. He didn't like being this exposed in the human town, so he turned around to slip back into the shadows of the nearest house still upright. While doing his best to avoid hitting the kneeling corpses with his jagged and finned tail, he almost bumped into a female, or woman, crying her eyes out. "I am so... my baby, my poor, sweet baby boy." The woman didn't seem to take much notice of the dragon, though Parthisax guessed that he could be mistaken for a very large male of their kind if she didn't give him a proper look. The crying woman was walking with all her focus on the dead human whelpling in her arms. Child, not whelpling, he thought. Humans don't like it when you call their young that. Paying further attention to the weeping woman, he realized that she was only carrying parts of what had once been her child. The woman had only been able to find a small burnt head attached to a charred half of a torso and a leg. It was a gruesome sight, one that hit Parthisax more than seeing the overall destruction and panic. As he managed to move into the shadows and a little away from the scene of horror, Parthisax noticed the noisy sounds of a riled-up crowd coming from the tavern. Given the fact that the building had the only lit windows around, Parthisax figured that he would find out what had happened in the large half-timbered building. Walking in through the open door, Parthisax was met by an uncomfortably thick atmosphere of beer, stew, and sweat. This one also carried the same strangeness as the air outside, though much more intense. It's probably because almost the entire town is gathered here, he reckoned. In another attempt to hide his dragon features and avoid drawing any attention to himself, Parthisax pulled on the hood on his fur cloak. Once again, hiding those characteristics was no easy feat. The long, dark grey cloak might have done a good job at concealing his matte amber and white scales, as well as his webbed wings, but less so when it came to his tail, or the large dark claws at the end of the strong toes he walked on. It was the same case with the claws on Parthisax's four-fingered hands, but at least those were retractable, making them much less threatening. And the hood didn't do his snout any favors, nor his long grey whiskers that swayed from just below the nostrils as he walked. In the end, Parthisax decided to proceed with caution and keep to the more dim corners. As it turned out, many of Parthisax's concerns were indeed just that. No one noticed him entering the large tavern room where the townspeople normally drank and ate when they didn't engage in the occasional gathering or brawl. Well, almost no one. An old woman, also dressed in a large hooded cloak, turned to the dragon immediately as he walked in. However, instead of saying anything, she calmly kept eating what appeared to be a bit of jerky. He gestured for her to keep quiet, to which the old woman nodded in reply and turned back to the crowd. Strange, Parthisax thought, as people usually flinched or let out a little shriek when they saw him, even after all these years. There also seemed to be something peculiar about the old woman, but Parthisax couldn't quite put his claw on it. Was it something about her eyes? He didn't manage to get a good look because of the hood, but he had definitely seen her before. Parthisax turned his attention back to what he had actually come for, finding the cause of the explosion. For a human, it would have been impossible to see anything in a tight crowd of this size, but the dragon's long neck gave him a distinct height advantage in comparison. And the old woman won't be able to gather much from way back here, Parthisax thought. As he peered over the mass of people that had filled the tavern to the brim, he tried to make sense of what was being said, or yelled, rather. "Why is that thing still here?" someone from the crowd loudly exclaimed as others chimed in their agreements. "We know it's the one that did it. The devil has probably planned this for years." "Yeah, I always knew something was wrong with that thing," another one proclaimed. "It were the eyes. They were not natural." The riled-up crowd agreed once more, and the atmosphere of the tap room got a little more intense. Now, let's not jump to conclusions," an elderly male said at the town council's long table that had been built for the occasion over by the hearth. In case Parthisax couldn't recognize the temple's chapter, the bland grey robes with a hemp rope belt and the corresponding colorless, long, greasy beard and hair gave him away.
Okay, so I am back now, and I just realized that I forgot to update the description. This was, of course, Danger, part 1 of Danger, part 1 of 5, and not Calamity's final part. So, microphone is unmuted. That's good. Everything just went weirdly there, right? Suddenly, everything was just all over the place, and I just, yeah, you guys know. I didn't unmute the microphone, and I chose to have a different one for the break. that happens. Yeah, I know it happens. It's just like I was actually quite surprised that it happened, that it hadn't happened before during this November, because it is something that I tend to do when I was on my gaming YouTube channel, when I was live streaming there. I tended to do that a lot. What I have been doing most here during this November has been forgetting to change scenes. So you guys couldn't actually see what I was writing, but it was like this with the website up, the Chrome browser up. Anyway, I'm back and I am refreshed, not hungry anymore, so that's all good. And I'm ready for the last 4 hours of this stream until midnight. Let's see what we can churn out, shall we? So Vesper was asked to describe how the branch feels. She found it a little hard to tell. Or put into words. Put into words. Dot dot dot. Rough. Damn it. Dot dot dot. Rough. Good. Go on. Renaith. Encouraged. Renaith. Encouraged. Encouraged. You could tell by the sound of her voice. Damn it. By the sound of Vesper's voice. How unsure she was. It is rough and hard, but soft at the same time. She said or asked. She said or asked. It was a little difficult to tell. It was a little difficult to tell. What's not difficult to tell is how close we are to the end of page 153. Booyah! Very good. What more do you feel is to goad? Is that a word? Yes, it is goaded. The spirit goaded her to keep going. Maybe just goaded her. I can feel that the bark is uneven and flaky. She continued. Or maybe not flaky, but maybe not flaky, but maybe not flaky, but something. What is that? How do you say that really? Grooves. But I can feel the grooves. Feel grooves. With still closed eyes. Oh my god, the wind outside is howling. Still closed eyes. Vespa's brow was furrowed deep. I really need to find a different way to describe that. I feel like that's a crutch phrase. Brow was furrowed. Crutch. Furrowed deep. As she tried her very best to describe She felt with her fingers. With her fingies. Oh, we're soon going into the 5th hour. Yeah, 5th hour. That is cool. 4 hours left of the NaNoWriMo Challenge 2025. It's crazy. That's crazy, man. I'm just looking at countdown. And there it goes. 4 hours left. Very good. Very good. Reina it repeated. Reina it repeated. And now, what about and I think that I also feel something else. Vesper interrupted, having hardly heard. Interrupted. There it is, page 133. Oh my god, Miri is here, welcome. Today I have no sound. I want to focus today. I hope you're well. I'm still very sick myself. Oh no. Remember, sorry is amazing, at least by my eyes. Remember to hydrate and stretch. Thank you so much for... Well, I don't know if I should say that. I'll write it in chat. I'll write it in chat. It's good to have you here. Thanks, Miri. So good to have you here. To have you here. Go get them words down. Also, sorry about you being sick. Sorry about you being sick. That sucks. There we go. At least you can, if you can't hear it, at least you can read it. So there we are. Anyway, I also I muted myself for like 5 minutes before, so it's not like you're missing out on anything by not having sound on. Page 154, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Interrupted. Not paying attention to the spirit. I feel a a stream. Or something like that. Oh, this is the old can. Whoops. What, Miri, you got COVID? No, I'm so sorry. No. You do? If the spirit... Oh no, I'm so sorry, Miri, when I was in the hospital. No, fuck. Hopefully it's not too bad. Hopefully it's mild. I've had it twice, COVID. Well, maybe actually 3 times. I think I had it last year as well. And I've been lucky enough that it wasn't too bad. I mean, it still sucked. But yeah. Wishing you well. And a speedy recovery. Yeah, the first 2 times I was working from home. I mean, that sucked ass. But we were just so... There was just so much to do that I didn't feel like I could leave my colleague to do it all alone. So I had to try and help her. If the spirit had, I'm not sure about that. Sure. Corporeal body. That wasn't a hammer. That wasn't a warhammer on the tomb. Wasn't a warhammer. Lying on a tomb. No. He would have sat up and leaned in. Not desperate, but thank you. I really appreciate that. Well, you're most welcome. It's crazy, just crazy that Crazy that you want to write in the state of COVID. Crazy that you want. But you know, maybe it'll help. What if you're interested, but like more than interested? Interested. Curious. Intrigued. Engaged. Ooh, absorbed. Attentive. Enthusiastic. Keen. Keen. Commander Keen. Let's go with keen, just for fun. Keen on knowing what Vespa would say next. Vespa concentrated even harder. Concentrated even harder. There was definitely a flow. Whoops. Definitely. Going up and down, up and down. Through the little branch. Out into the leaves. The web the web inside the leaves. The web inside the leaves. Into and around the berries. Even through the thorns. All the way to the pointy tip. to the pointy tips. Was this the flow that Affair wanted her to feel with the blessed water? It's funny, I sort of realized, I don't remember if I've talked about it, but I said, I'm saying blessed. I know it's also pronounced as blessed, but I've started saying blessed. I don't know, it's just a bit weird, a bit strange, to be honest. Blessed water. See, now I can say blessed. I just choose to say blessed for some reason. Isn't that weird? Weird. Oh, I just realized I forgot something. Dang it. I wanted to upload a short today. A meme of me when you have to kill a character, like a How to Train a Dragon meme. I thought that could be pretty funny. Oh well. I got it in the bank for next time. Blessed water. It was the only thing that she could relate it to. And that made sense to her, and that made sense to her. Even if she never felt it when her older sister wanted her to. Her older sister wanted her to. Okay. It's getting cold here in Denmark, by the way. It's getting quite cold. And my apartment is it's so shitty insulated that I need to turn up the heat. Dang it. Heat costs money. God dang it. It's actually supposed to be 6 degrees now only. Or, damn, really 6 degrees? Must be because it's so windy then. Must have been the wind. It's just a bit weird here. Are they needed? You know what? We don't have any music on. Whoops. There we go. It's been like over half an hour without music. Just me talking. I hope that was okay. It was like everything was just falling to pieces around my food break. Yes. Definitely a flow, but I do not know what it is. Set. She had never noticed anything like it before. She had never noticed anything like it before. But she held a pause as she tried to feel it more. To get a better feeling. Now she tried to what she thought she noticed. She thought that she noticed tell me what else do you feel? The spirit eagerly awaited. The flow lessens somehow. Vesper's breath was slowly becoming heavier, was slowly becoming heavier. Her heart was speeding up, was speeding. Heart was speeding up, and her muscles showed signs of wear. I don't know if that makes sense. Signs of wear. Sense. Every time that the flow reaches the end, the part that used to sit on the bushes, the bush. She took a moment, a moment to make sure It was really what she thought. It weakens as if there's a little bit less. There's a little bit less flow around. The branch after that. Is that true? So I think I basically just took a little bit of a shortcut here, because originally I wanted her to first go through the bark, then the leaves and the berries and even the thorns, and then she would probably do the flow thing, which I just came up with. But I think this makes more sense, and this is already becoming quite the chapter, I think. When do you start? 100 and yeah, so we are in page 11. It's actually not too bad, I think. Maybe it's all right. But yeah, I do want to maybe not speed it up, but you know, if I want to keep it below 70,000 words, not that we're gonna hit it anywhere near today, of course. We might just move on into the next chapter today. But when we have done, of course, this is the first draft, so yeah, I want to keep it between 50 and 70,000 words. That's the goal, because it's such a good rule of thumb to potentially show to publishers. I think like 60 to 65,000 is probably the sweet spot, and we're definitely gonna hit 60. We're at like 55,000 already, and we're still not done with we're not even at the end yet. And I'm sure it'll be shortened as we revise and edit everything, but I'm feeling good about this shortcut that I took from what I originally wanted. Oh, sorry. It's the cola. The Coke. It is. I'm very impressed. That you are already
able to feel it.
Renaith told her. With a sense of pride. With a sense of pride. That Vespa definitely didn't mind. What is it? Vespa asked while breathing out. Breathing out heavily. Heavily. Is it water? I can see how you would think that, but no. Chuckles came from nowhere and everywhere. Everywhere. Inside of Vespa's mind. No. It is not water. Renaith explained. No, but I can see why you would think that. Why you would think that? Let's have a bit of a stretch, shall we? Yeah. Perfect.
What? What you're feeling. It's supposed to be an N in there. Feeling is the flow of life, flow of nature. Is the, let's go with flow. Let's go with flow, as you so elegantly put it, as you so elegantly put it.
So this actually totally makes sense as well, because Afaya basically trained Vespa to do this back in chapter chapter 5, 5a, maybe 5b actually. Yeah, I think it happened 5b. Actually, it was in chapter 6. It was down here. That's where Vespa's missing ability to feel the water. So she's basically applying whatever she learned back then that didn't work with the water, the blessed water. She's applying this now, Vespa, right? Planned? I think so. I think it was mostly planned and definitely very lucky. Vespa perked up. At the praise from the spirit. As she straightened, straightened her posture, which I should probably do as well. Straightened her back. And shifted a bit. To get more comfortable on her knees. To get more comfortable. She kept her eyes closed, though. She kept her eyes closed, though. eager to delve deeper. Regardless of her beginning exhaustion. I don't know if that makes a whole lot of sense. Of her beginning exhaustion. What you're feeling is the flow of nature. Rena is began to explain with much pride, but not pride. Much congratulate, much preen. Dignity, maybe honor, much grander, much splendor, magnificent appearance, display, maybe not splendor, glory, pomp, grandness, grandeur. I'm feeling I'm missing a word here. Glory, immensity, grandeur, greatness. Maybe it's grandeur. That I'm looking for. Noun. Grand is splenditude, enormity. Let's go with greatness for now, but I feel like there's a better way. Look at how close we are to ending this page though. And doing very much so in a very, very good fashion. Our pace is going great. Greatness. And Vesper also thought to have felt a little sadness, a little sadness, a little bit of Monica in my life. No more Mambo number 5. We already did that joke a long time ago. A little teariness. Let's go with that. Teariness in his voice. So word here and word here. Little teariness in his voice. It is something that resides within every living being, resides within all living beings. From the smallest blade of grass, to the biggest root. Of the realm trees, the realm trees. The realm trees connecting us. Connecting. That's a C, not an E. Connecting this world through the amber sleeve. From the tiniest of ants. What is this? A book for ants? From the tiniest of ants to the mightiest something big, something. It would be cool to have to just name drop a fantastic beast. No reference intended. That could be kind of sweet actually to do that. Just, you know, to bring home the fact that it's a fantasy world. To the mightiest of something. I'm gonna say griffins, just because I like that, and they're going to have a role in my 5th short story when that comes around. But I might want to think of another creature. Can I? Just trying to change how I sit slightly. Might griffins, and then Vespa is going to say like, oh yeah, next. Maybe it could also be dragons, actually. Page 155, 5 pages in 5 hours. Like, we know dragons is a thing, right? So, and they're pretty huge. Might actually go with dragons. But yeah, we're 3 minutes ahead of the pace, so isn't that great? I'm gonna go with griffins. This is usually around where we tend to end the live stream, right? 5 hours, 5 maybe 6 hours sometime, and yet we're just gonna keep going for 3 hours more. New page, yay! Thanks, Miri. New page, yay indeed. I have an ice cube in my mouth. I'm not sure that was very smart to have ice, actually, given how cold I am. 9 p.m. your time, I will be sleeping. That's alright. I'm not tired. I did take a wonderful nap today, so that was nice. And yet we got 3 hours to go. 3 wonderful hours to go. We're gonna go with the griffin thing, but this might be changed. Vespa didn't know exactly what a griffin was. What a griffin. Oh, wow. Whoa, no. Griffin was Wait, JP, where are you from, if I may ask? Just because you've been here for basically the entire stream, and I started 5 hours ago. But she knew it sounded grand. It sounded grand. Oh, you're also from the US. It was 9 a.m. for me when you started. Oh, sugar. Wow, okay. Well, I mean, awesome that you're here. That's an early start. That's wild. So cool. Thanks for being here. I'm from Denmark, by the way, in case you didn't know. You probably knew it was Central Europe, but I'm Danish. From the way that Renaith described it. She knew that she would like to see one someday. She knew that she wanted to see one day. She wanted to see one. To see such a majestic, whatever it was. Whatever it was, one day. The Mighty Griffins. And let's look over here. I lost my train of thought. It's something that resides within all living beings. And it is what we will need to use the spirit continued, the spirit continued. You see, since it exists, within all living things. All things living. We druids have found, it says found, but no one can read it. I have found that it can be transferred. Transfer can be transfer. Transported is probably better. Channeled. From one being to another. But why is it? Why is it something? But why is it? But why is it running out? Vespa interrupted. With her much pressing question. Reina got real mad. No. Much pressing question. Worried that the spirit may only glance over it. Only glance over it. Ooh, we can use this for later as well. So what's gonna happen later? I mean, it's not something that I haven't talked about. So around the climax of the story, around the road back, in the road back actually, during the road back. Actually during the ordeal / the reward, those two. Lemon is going to become deadly hurt. And during the road back then, Vespa is going to heal him using spirit magic. So she's going to feel this flow in Lemon as he's dying and feel it waning, right? Maybe even feel it die out completely. And then she's going to use her own spirit, because she doesn't have any nature things around. She's going to do what Reina says she shouldn't, and only the best of the elder druids of the Fae folk does, and use her own spirit to get Lemon back from death, basically. I'm quite excited for that chapter. I think it's going to be 2 chapters, but I'm very excited for them when we get there. And I feel like this is building up, very much building up to that. So that's cool. Or it's going to be like when you read those chapters, hopefully, you're going to be like, oh yeah, that's right. They already showed or talked about, discussed that in this chapter 12 here. Okay, my feet are cold. Actually, be right back. I have some thicker socks over here. They're like really cold. Oh. There we go. Much better, I think. All right. Why is there less and less of it? She was actually quite worried. As she sat there on her knees, she sat there on her knees. Holding and feeling her, the branch, there. The branch in the flickering light, of the cold. I don't know if this is really needed. Cold, damp, but like it's just a reminder of where they actually are in this chapter, right? Cold, damp, catacombs, catacombs. Needed? Probably not. With her eyes closed, Lemon didn't seem worried at all. I'm beginning to have this little flick on the L, the capital L's. I don't know where that's coming from. Lemon. Did not seem to share her sentiment, to share her sentiment. Given his happy I write chirping all the time. There was another word. Babbling. Gabbling, chatting. Let's go with chatting. Happy chatting. Happy chatting. From the tomb of Renaith. From the tomb of Renaith. That, my dear. No, he's not gonna call him my dear. That, my friend. Yeah, let's go with that. Friend is good. It's the way of nature. Of life. Spirit explained. I'm not sure if it was solemn. Yeah, it was solemn. Explained solemnly. Solemnly. What you feel is the flow of life. It's the flow of life. Running out for the branch. That's an N. Damn it! Since you cut it off from its body, body. Life flows away from the wound. It's life flows away from the wound. Try placing on where the cut was made, and where the cut was made, and tell me what you feel. What? Damn it, come on, I can write what? No, I can't write what. Whisper was a little brødebetynget. Guilt-ridden? Yeah. As she did what was asked. The branch had been severed from its life-giving body. By her. And now she could literally feel its life slipping away. It's wet. But it's not too wet. She explained. That is the branch. We're basically slowly murdering a plant here in detail. I don't know if it's too much, but whatever. It's the first draft. It's fine. This is probably something that could be cut down, cut away. But I do just sort of want to get to a point of, it makes sense. I think that a Fey folk, a creature of the forest, would preach about, not preach, but lecture about keeping, taking care of life, right? Yeah. To mend itself, or finding a way to extend its presence. When Vespa didn't say anything in return, he quickly continued. Continued. I had some tea here that I definitely would like. By the way, those extra socks, they really helped. My feet are happy. Excuse me while I'll... guess I might as well show you. Hey, this is... oh, no, I guess I'm definitely not going to show you because I thought it just dropped into onto my book. We cannot have that. We will not have that. No, sir. Nice, hot and warm lemon tea. No. Just checking something. Alright, pretty sweet. Just checking the stream, everything seemed to look nice. Fine and dandy and good. I can't believe it's 9:30 already. 9:30 p.m. I'm still feeling good. So why don't we just continue to feel good? Oh yeah. But do not cry. Do not cry or worry. For it is simply the way of nature. Of life, as I explained before. Before a... God dang it, that looks horrible. Death brings life. And life brings death anew. Brings death. Oh. That is a great cycle. Is the great... No, great with it. In which we all participate. Participate. Vesper liked those words. They made a lot of sense to her. As she once again oh, look at how close we are to the end of page 155. Sweet. Oh, we're definitely gaining on our pace. We're well above the pace now. That is also very sweet. Should be ready. Cheers, guys. Happy NaNoWriMo. Novel November. NaNo 2.0. Happy book writing. on her right hand over the branch, leaves, berries, and thorns and all. Leaves, berries, and thorns. She now knew exactly where they were. Based on the flow she could feel, based on the flow. And do not feel bad. Renate continued. Renate. Continue it. That branch. Oh no. Nor the bush, nor the bush did not feel pain, did not feel any pain. They do not have the capacity to do so, do not have the capacity to do so. How do you know? Lisbeth asked, enthralled. By the enthralled by the flow. Waning. If it did, she could sense a slight smile. In the spirit's voice. It would be mighty stupid of the bush to be unable to move, would it not? Don't you think? Hey, we're so close to the end of the page. We're like 15 minutes, 20 minutes ahead of pace. Sweet. Sweet baby Jesus. Vespa smiled. As she thought of his argument. Of Rene's argument. It made a lot of sense. It made a lot. And comforted her greatly. Boom! That was page 155. Yep, more than 15 minutes ahead of pace. Man, it's going good. 156 is the new page. We're fanning a little bit. Brand new page, here we go. But of course, he added, no. Well, he did add it, but it's not cursive. He added as a reminder. That does not mean we shouldn't take care of things. Shouldn't take care and nurture the forest and plants. And nurture. And plants. In fact, it is the greatest duty and honor. It is the greatest greatest duty and honor of this fey folk to do so. And pay back to the Umber Mother. Damn it. For nurturing us, nurturing us. Nature, that's an R. Everyone can see that. I like that. Vesper said with a smile. Silently beginning to hope. That she was indeed one of the Fae folk. That she was indeed one of the Fae folk. Okay, we should probably get to the actual healing process now, right? Then let's carry on. Yeah, that's actually probably a good way of saying it. Good. It's gonna say good. Very good. So one thing that I haven't really been able to sort of distinguish or like show properly is Rena is giant quirk beside the I see, using the phrase I see a lot. But this one, that he keeps forgetting that he's a spirit bound to a chained to a weapon, and often talks as if both people can hear him, even if they're just near, and as if he can handle things on his own. Like, that hasn't really been a big... There haven't been a whole lot of times where we could show that. But that's something I have to keep in mind. I want to keep in mind for the edit and for the versions to come. Definitely. Yes. Yes. Then let's... I had a word before. Then let's give it a go. Then let's continue. It wasn't continue. Oops. Continue. Let's carry on, I think. Maybe it was just that. Then let's carry on. When he said sounding quite pleased with himself, sounding quite pleased with himself, and his students. Willingness to listen. To listen. Uh-oh, we're 5-6 minutes away from the final 2 hours of NaNoWriMo 2025. Whoops. I don't know what that was. Whoops. Whoa. It's pretty crazy, to be honest. I lost my train of thought. Okay, now we can more relate it back to how Athea wanted Vespa to feel the blessed water, I'm so conscious about saying blessed now. The blessed water. The blessed. I'm saying blessed. Just because. But yeah, back in chapter 6. I don't quite remember how that went about, but it's a comment. I'm going to sort of describe how I remember it, and then we're gonna have a comment saying like that. I will need you to use the flow. The flow of life. From the branch But first you must place, you must place place it on top of your bruised arm. And then place your, oh damn it, your other hand on top of both. Other hand on top of both. Hey, Nicoletta is here. Welcome, Nicoletta, to the live stream. And welcome to the chat. It's so good to see you on this last day of NaNoWriMo. Can you believe it? It's been 30 days. So crazy. The last 2 hours now, as is evident by our countdown to midnight. Well, last 2 hours for me. That's I know it's not last 2 hours for you, but it's crazy. And it's going so well. It has been going so well. Whoops. I joined the stream for the last 2 hours of the Nano Challenge of November. What a month. I know. What a month. It's been wild, to say the least. Actually, it was quite a well-timed time to join the stream. The last 2 hours, like almost on the dot. I hope you are doing well, and I hope your own NaNoWriMo challenge has been fruitful, and that you're proud of yourself for. Although midnight isn't 1 hour in my time zone. Is it? Interesting. So where are you from? Are you from Eastern Europe? Or like something like that? No, you were in Greece? I'm sorry if I can't remember. It's been a long month. It was Greece. Oh yeah, that's so cool. Oh my god, you have 1 hour left. What? That's sweet. I don't know why. I sort of just... Maybe I just started assuming that everyone was from the US, basically, except El Cuervo, who's from Spain. Nice, though, nice. It is wonderful to have you here, following along. It was a little painful. It was a little painful. To move the hurting arm in front of herself, but Vesper accepted the pain without complaint. She did wish, though, that she would have had, sounds weird. Weird. was supposed to be that. She would have had found a less thorny branch. The pricking. Pricking, stinging, pricks. I'm still not sure of that word though. Pricks. The word. Nicolette is saying, I didn't hit the official nano word count goal, but that's life. It was a productive challenge for me. How's everyone doing on the last nano day? Well, you also more had the challenge of just being more productive, right? And maybe trying to see if you could write every day. So, and you mean, you know, if you actually have a life, I think the nano goal is quite difficult, to be honest. I mean, it is a long time that you have to devote multiple hours every day to do it, or whole days. Just, yeah. I think you've been doing well. You've been following along most of the days, at least you've been here, and I'm assuming that you're riding along. I think you mentioned that, so I'm very, very happy to have become a little bit of a motivation. So that makes me feel really good. And I think you should be proud of being productive. It was a productive challenge. That's and you had fun. That's the most important part. I'm pretty sure you had fun. You're pretty sure you've mentioned that you had fun. Stinging more. First, as she laid the branch down, secondly, even more. I'm not sure that's how you say it. Secondly, even more. As Vesper placed her right hand on top. I watched the streams a couple of days, every day for a couple of hours. Usually the replays, but yes, the streams helped a lot. Oh, thank you. I'm so happy to hear that. And just the fact that you are watching the VODs back, like, that means so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so grateful. grinding her teeth in the end. Grinding her teeth. In the end, as she did what she was told. As she did what she was asked. Oof. A little complaint. Found its way. From Vespa. Oh, okay. It is done. What now? What is that dot doing there? Now it's better. It's just bigger. A bigger dot now. Isn't it beautiful? I completely lost my train of thought again. God dang it. Okay. Let's get... I think I'm allowed to lose my train of thought after over 6 hours of live streaming. We've done it way earlier the other days. The best one was when I lost my train of thought after 10 minutes, I think. That was peak. Now I want you to focus on the flow. To focus on that flow. Renaid proceeded. Renaid proceeded. It will be what? It will be what we need. What we use. To repair. Oh, we want different words from the repair here. Word. The one broken. Broken inside of your arm. You will need to feel, I don't know what I was doing there, to feel the flow. To take charge of it, to take charge of it. To direct it. First through, whoops, no, damn it, could not repair that. Through, yes I could repair that, oh my god. Fail. First through your own, and then Vespa is gonna interrupt and take over. I'm gonna do like this and then say relate to Afaya's teaching. Afaya's teaching. Chapter 6. Then that gives that chapter a whole lot more meaning. I'm actually very pleased with that idea. Very, very pleased with that idea. I don't know if I'm too aware of it, but I'm definitely always considering a red thread that things we introduce earlier needs to be used somehow later. And this thing, this what we had in chapter 6. What we had in chapter 6, where chapter 5, 6, whatever, where Afaya was trying to teach Vespa about the blessed water and how to heal with it. That was more about showing, at the time it was more about showing Vespa was unable to do it, right? To sort of establish her character. And to show this side of her that she's sort of embarrassed and she's afraid of failure and she's afraid of disappointing others. But now that we have it here, or we can relate back to it, it just sort of, I feel like it not comes full circle, but it gives plenty more meaning to that chapter that we can use it. Vespa can use it. Like, she was just not in her right element, right? She knows how to do it, but she wasn't in her right element. I'm actually very happy with that. Very, very, very happy with that. So that's cool. And that was just something that sort of, came to me as we wrote. That's so nice. It's so awesome that it happened. Use of previous chapter. In new ways, new unintended ways. Unintended ways. Through my own body. Feel the flow. First through my arm. Then let it course through me. Course through my body. Now, of course, I don't quite remember how I wrote that, but it is something we'll do in the edit. So she says the same things, right? Become one. With it, right? Finished Rene's sentence. I don't know if we should lampshade it here, but I mean, we'll do it. We'll do it anyway. With finished Rene's sentence. That's supposed to be an S. Rene's sentence. With what she had learned from affair. Those countless of times. Learn from affair those countless of times. Where she tried to feel the blessed water. She tried and failed. The blessed water. Like her older sister was hoping. Older sister was hoping that she would. Oh, look at how close we are to the end of page 156. I'm just gonna go to a quick bathroom break. So yeah, be right back. All right, we're back. Let's show this NaNoWriMo challenge what we got. 1.5 hours left. Oh my goodness, we even turned 50 views on the stream. Whoop, whoop. That is awesome. Thanks, guys. That is definitely the most we've done on a single stream, I think, as it's live. That is awesome. Yes, indeed. That is what I would like you to attempt. A surprised. Spirit. Said. Agreed. No, that's fine. Said. How did you know? How did you know? My older sister often wanted me to do the same. To do the same. I'm there. New playlist? No. Just need to make sure that I wasn't anything else was going on. No, that was I think that's the only classical one. It's Bach's Cello Suite No. 1 G Major Prelude. I often put it on at the very beginning of the live stream because it just sounds so nice. But it's part of the same live playlist actually. Oh, sorry. There's no need to apologize. Just ask anything that comes to your mind, Nicoletta. There's no need to apologize at all. I just got a little worried when you said that it wasn't like some sort of Spotify thing, you know, so I could get copyright strikes. Usually there's those fantasy tunes. Yeah, it's a 3-hour playlist of fantasy cinematic songs, dramatic songs like this one that I found on YouTube's audio library, so they should all be cleared for copyright. I think I do need to update them a little bit because I feel like it's the same. It's always the same 3 hours, right? And right now we've heard it through twice in one stream already, so. With the blessed water. Whisper explained. Whisper explained. dot. and I've never been able to do anything. Oops. To do anything with it. She added her tone, turning rather sad. Let's go with sad. So I am going to just mark this paragraph and point it upwards to that. I see. But he can't see. I see. Renee said, not oblivious to her change of voice. Oblivious to the change in her voice. Well then. I have a good feeling I have a good feeling that things are going to be different, are going to be different. Damn it. Different here and now. Here and now. Vespa wasn't sure that she said. Vespa wasn't sure that she shared the spirit. She shared his attempt at excitement. The feeling of failures past all seemingly rushing back. I guess That was the only... That was the end of page 156, you guys. Woo! We are 20 minutes ahead of schedule now. Oh my goodness. Well, ahead of the pace. We don't actually have a schedule, of course, but a little fanning here to make sure that the ink dries. Was the only words. She felt like saying, when did we start the... Was it 143 that we started the chapter? Whoops. I think it was... Yes, in the middle of 143, so we are on the 14th page of the chapter. Yeah, sounds pretty reasonable, I believe. I was wondering if we were going to make it to the next chapter, to chapter 13 today, but I don't think so. I definitely think that we're going to write 2 pages more in this chapter. Yeah, 100% we are. And I don't think we're going to write 2 complete pages until the challenge ends. But you never know. We'll see. I don't want to stress doing it. Just like, you know, as we are approaching the last hour of the day. It's not supposed to be a stress tool, stress motivation tool, to have that countdown, but just a little bit of fun. And I definitely believe that we have, because we've written 7 pages now today already, and this is definitely the most we have ever written already in a day of NaNoWriMo, and that is something I'm very happy about. That's a good way of ending the challenge already. And we still got a little under one and a half hour left. So let's continue. First, I want you to find the flow again. I want you to re-find the flow again. Renaith. was said, I guess. Renee said, as he thought it best, as he thought it best to begin without letting her dwell on her experiences too much. Experiences. Too much. It is a bit strange, this writing this, because it's my magic system, right? And I don't actually have like a set of rules for the magic. I want to keep it a little bit mysterious and not like something I think is quite prominent at the moment, which is, you know, just fine, but it's like having very intricate and heavy ruled magic systems. I quite like the Force in Star Wars, you know, Star Wars fantasy in space, where it's, at least until the Phantom Menace came around, it was unexplained. It was just mysterious and intriguing, and you had these people who could use this Force, the Force, and you could see what they could do with it, but it was never really explained. So I guess what I'm trying to do actually is sort of bring that Yoda training Luke on Dagobah feeling into this. Maybe I should rewatch Star Wars. Oh no, what a terrible thing to have happened, that I have to rewatch Star Wars again. Oh well, it's for the book. Let's have that. Around 6 hours and 56. And Nicoletta says it works without explaining it because it's a film. Maybe. I face the same difficulty with my story. Yeah, maybe. But I do think it has its... I don't know. I think it has its uses. The whole, oh, this is a magical being, you know. It's not explained. It's but we're showing that it's like, it's about feeling, and you get tired, your muscle starts to get sore, you get exhausted as you train, you know. So there's a training aspect to it. It's not just something you necessarily can do. I think that's a way. I mean, I quite like that idea that it's so mystical, like it's not explained. And then that also just showcases in other stories where I have magic users, magic wielders, who just like snap their finger and a spark turns into a flame, you know, like, wow, they really have a lot of this magical stamina. It gives this sort of whoa, mind-blowing, well, I hope that's the intention at least, as you read the other characters. Or even the little girl in Danger, my second short story. She is immensely powerful, even as a little girl. And she's never done any training, so imagine what she can do with training, right? It's just like an innate feeling she has. Og hun in calamity with fires. Mystique of magic. Plus Star Wars reference. I mean, I hope it'll work in writing and not just because it's on film, as the Force is in Star Wars. Vespa took a deep breath. She still hadn't opened her eyes since she was asked to close them. Took a deep breath, almost instinctively. Almost instinctively. She still hadn't opened her eyes. Hadn't opened it. Her eyes. Since she was asked to close them, asked to close them. Almost distinctively now. And concentrated. As much as she could. On the flow. And finding it again. Finding it again. She didn't have to search long. She didn't have to search for long. She merely started. To think about the branch as her fingers ran through it, not through it, ran over it, ran slowly over it again. And there it was. Oh, her heart. Her heart jumped in speed. Again, as it happened, while her breath also felt the need to turn heavier than usual. Heavier than she thought it should be. It should be. Oh. Okay. I have it. She announced in between breaths. She announced. In between breaths. Already? I am impressed. Excitedly announced, excitedly announced, maybe just announced actually. Announced is already like, okay, that's something you actually say quite loud, so you're probably excited. Needed. Excitedly announced. Oh. My neck just cracked a whole bunch, and I don't know why. It's not true, I know why. Has felt a great deal of accomplishment already. Accomplishment. Oh, can I just say 5 seconds and we are within the very last hour. Boom! There's 1 hour left of NaNoWriMo 2025. Woo! Oh my god, can you believe it? I hardly can. I hardly can, it's been 30 days. Wow. And we're like half a page ahead of schedule, ahead of pace, so that's crazy too. I do feel like my progress has slowed down a little bit. Maybe that's because we're going into the 8th hour of this stream. It's actually quite a long time, to be honest. But I'm not complaining. I feel a great deal of accomplishment as the spirit. Oh, happy December, Nicoletta. That's true. Happy December for you. You'll have to wait a little bit and I'll join you in that. Rose. Praised her. Praised her. I'm gonna need a quick bathroom break again because now I feel like I've drank a lot of tea. I drank 2 colas and the floodgates have opened, so be right back. Yo, we're back to the most epic of epic fantasy soundtracks ever. Now, directed it up into your fingers. JP's here as well. Hey, dude. Good to see you still here. None of that December nonsense, lol. I got 8 hours yet. Oh, you are going to love what's about to happen in 54 minutes. No spoilers. No. The flow. The flow. He continued. Vesper was unsure how to do that. How to do that. And suddenly felt Rena's instructions very unclear. Rena's instructions. Very unclear. But there was no other way than to just try. Than to just try, she guessed. Oh, I just had an idea for how this is going to work. Well done, Nicoletta. A little bit of Christmas cheer, a little bit of early Christmas cheer for JP over in Wisconsin. She started by, I guess this should be another paragraph actually. Imagining herself, pulling on the flow. as if it was a rope. Vespa pulled on it with all of her might, pulled on it with all of her might. Her muscles flexed through her muscles flexing through flexed throughout through damn it, there's not enough room there, throughout her entire body. Entire body. Her teeth grinding. As she became more and more, she became more and more exhausted. Strained. Let's go with that. Strained. But no flow crept into her fingers. At least there was nothing of the feeling. There. And now her bruised arm hurt more. And now her bruised arm. Now her bruised arm hurt even more. We can write more there. There we go. So what could she else do? It's always nice to have like try the same thing 3 times, right? So what else could she try? Like pull on a rope. How else would you direct something? Pushing it. maybe she could imagine pushing it. She could imagine her pushing the flow from the branch and into her own fingers. It was worth a shot. That's a terrible S. Was worth. That's a terrible O. Damn it. It was worth a shot. And so Vespa imagined just that. Imagined just that. That the flow of the branch was somehow a big box that could be pushed. On the black stones of the catacombs. Same thing happened though. Same thing happened though. This one should probably not be here, given how we had a colon down here. Okay. Her muscles flexed. As her concentration went hard. Her breath turning heavier and heavier, turning heavier and heavier. Her heart starting to gallop. The pain. No feeling of flow in her fingers. Not even a little bit. So close to page 157 being done. That's pretty wild, if you ask me. And you know, still over half an hour left. That's crazy. This is the page. This is the page that is the pace we were supposed to hit today, since we have been streaming for 8 hours. We're going to have been streaming for 8 hours total. So 8 pages, and we're going to exceed that, and it's going to be wild. I don't know about how much, but like a little under half a page, I guess. So that's crazy. I honestly didn't think I would be able to keep up with our normal pace, given how this is a 3 hour longer session than we usually do. Amazing progress in one day. I feel so good. Thank you, JP. It feels amazing, it does. Yeah, and it feels so great to end on such a good note this live streaming month. We're even starting to see a little bit through the ink cartridge. That's fun. But we're still not there yet. We still have half an hour, a little over half an hour until we're done. So why don't we just keep going? Can you feel the love tonight? Can you? Can you feel it? Into your fingers. Renee asked. It was the first sound, while the first sound in a while. Had Vespa heard. Besides Lemon's chatter, of course. Lemon's chatter. Of course. And the howling wind. At the ceiling. Or the stream. Below the catacombs. No. Vesper had to admit. With a long exhale, followed by followed by followed by much smaller inhales in rapid succession. Much smaller. Inhales in rapid succession. I don't know if that makes a whole lot of sense. Maybe we need to reassess that. Sense? Does it make sense? No. It's like no matter what I do, I just can't a certain idea. Again, we use sudden all the time, so maybe just be aware that it's crutch. It's a crutch word. In her head. As she listened. To the stream from somewhere below. The black floor. Yes.
Renaith asked. Patiently. You just can't what? Maybe this should say patiently ready to help. Ready to help. Oh my god, it's the last half hour of the day. It's the last half hour of the stream. It's the last half hour of the actual date. It's good, isn't it? It is awesome to be here. But Vespa didn't answer. In fact, she hardly noticed him. In fact, she hardly noticed the spirit's voice. There it is, page number 8 of the day, page 157. As we have half an hour left. Page 158. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right. I'm definitely feeling the little bit of tiredness in my brain, but we can keep going. No doubt about that. The spirit's voice. As it came from nowhere and everywhere. Her focus was fully on the idea. The idea that had flowed into her mind. I'm gonna take float here and say lol. LOL. Question mark. Yeah, float into her mind. What if she didn't use her strength?
imaginary or otherwise. Imaginary. Imaginary. Or otherwise. But instead let it gently be like it was a stream of water. Like if it was indeed, like what affair said about the blessed water. If she could find a point, she could find a point where the flow naturally exited. Branch she could easily let it into her fingers from there. And there of course was such a point. There of course was such a point. On the branch. Mm-hmm. Okay, doing pretty well. Doing pretty well, I must say. If I should say so myself, and of course, I should. And it's soon into the last 20 minutes now. almost frantically. Vespa. Let's go with directed. Her fingers. To the cut. Where the branches flow. Where the branches flow. Steadily return from less and less. Turn. That's a bit of a weird sentence, but I mean, it is 8 hours almost into this stream. And we've made weirder sentences way earlier in the stream anyway, so it's fine. It's fine. And from less and less. I think that's a bit of a weird sentence. Weird sentence. If she wouldn't have been so focused, she wouldn't have been. That looks like a U. Have been so focused. No! I accidentally wrote something on my page. Oh no! Let's get a bit of a stretch going here. Good, it's all good. On the idea and task at hand, almost managed to save that smudge entirely. She would probably, damn it, probably, have been a little impressed by her own ability to dodge the thorns. By her own ability to now dodge the thorns. Dodge. That can be written better. Without looking. there it was. The wet patch of wood. Cold to the touch. As her fingers found it. Oh my god, there's 15 minutes left. There's 14 minutes left. What? Oh no. All emergency engines on. The last 14 minutes, the last 13 minutes is going on. Okay, I am starting to feel it now. Not nervousness or stress or anything, but I'm just like, my mind is mushing. It is definitely starting to mush. But we've been doing so well, so it's all good. Let's see just how much we can manage to do in these last 13 minutes. The flow escaping with less returning. This forehead furrowed. Forehead furrowed. Page 158. Can it be done? Asked JP. Nicoletta says we can do this. Your guys' support is amazing. I have my doubts that an entire page can be done, but we will not stop yet. Vesper's forehead furrowed. Her mind thinking more gentle thoughts, more gentle ways of directing a stream. Much farther from the strength-based, much farther from the forceful ways of before, the forceful ways of before. Oh, and now JP says, I was going to say don't rush it, just try to motivate. I didn't take it as a rushing. Don't worry. Just it's all good. Thank you. No need to worry. Yeah, there's no need to rush. We're just chilling and having fun. And we have been for ever since Wednesday. So that's great. Where we actually hit the 50,000 marker. Now, Vespa imagined herself attempting. Imagine it. Well, we're definitely going to be over half a page done. So that's ace. Oh my god, it's under 10 minutes. It's less than 10 minutes left. Oh my goodness. Divert the flow with her hands. With her entire body. While there was no flexing of muscles now. There was no flexing of muscles now. No, none of her force. Her body still responded in much the same way. In much the same way. And she was starting to feel the wear. To feel Nicoletta says, guys, let's not forget that we actually write to have fun and because we enjoy writing, right? Yes, Nicoletta, that is indeed what we're doing. And it's good. And we write to relax ourselves because we want to. We have stories that we need to get out of the head, right? JP says, indeed we do. It's the journey, not the destination. 100% agree. 100% agree. Oh, and I'm feeling good. I have to say, I'm feeling so good right now. Yes, exactly. But she didn't stop. Trying to direct the flow of life, as Renaid has called it. Renaid had called it. the flow that tingled in her fingers. The flow that she so desperately wanted. Desperately wanted. Wanted to. And then it happened. Oh my god. Tingling in my fingers. Vesper realized all of a sudden of course here we need to distinguish this thought from Renaith. Distinguish from Renaith's voice, from Renaith's voice. A little over 3 minutes left. Was it really what she thought? She thought it was. Oh, Vesper could hardly get a word out due to excitement. And a little bit of exhaustion, of tiredness. I think I got it. Yeah, got it. She practically yelled. Lemon almost jumping. Out of oh my god, there's 1 minute left, guys. Out of being startled. Though he soon began his chirping again. He soon began his chirping again, realizing. Chirping again, realizing. 20 seconds. Realizing what was going on. 3 seconds. Oh my god, 1 pen down, ink pen down. That was it, guys. It is now the 1st of December. Liquid Hour is here in the chat at the very end. That is good to see you. Yes, I have an elf hat ready. Of course I do. It's December now. We did it. JP saying yay. I'm saying yay. We actually almost finished page 158. That was crazy, dude. You did it, bro. Thank you so much. Nicoletta's smiling. I'm smiling. It's great. It's awesome. Are you guys ready for the final count of NaNoWriMo 2025? Now, we did, of course, actually finish a sentence. We usually finish in the middle of a word, but, you know, there was no such thing today. Nano was a big success, can I just say, JP. I am so happy, I'm so proud, and I'm a little bit tired. Here is the Nano sort of counting. So let's get to counting. It is 1 page, 2 page, 3 page, 4 page, 5 page, 6 page, 7 page, and 8 page. 8 pages, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 8 pages, 28 lines. Miri is confetti raining everywhere. Nicoletta is having a party as well. Oh my god. This is so amazing. Let's go into our word count document, see where we will end up. So 8 pages and 28 lines. And that is 3,000 words in one day. I haven't written that much my entire life, says Liquid Hour. Oh my god. 3,000. We actually managed to go over 3,000 words in a day. Oh my god. Yes, great job, everyone. Exactly, Nicoletta. Great fucking job, everyone. We end our count at 57,535. Oh my goodness. You know what I forgot to have? This one. Woo! The confetti cannon! Yay! It doesn't loop, it's good. Okay. There. Just a single confetti cannon to end this. We might need to do it again. Whatever. JP says, awesome word count for the last day. 3K is amazing. I honestly didn't think I would be able to do 3K. I thought I would be much more tired and just, you know, behind. But it went really well. I really found the flow today. So that's awesome. We need to update this. Day 30 progress is, as we said, 57,535 out of 50,000. And I do believe that it is time to bring in another progress bar. Yes. Because we have another one, a purple one. The bar position should be 20, 29. Well, that's not true. Oh, I failed. I failed something here, didn't I? Let's try 3. I just need to reset this, I think, and then we go like this. It's all good. It's all good. And then we go to 29. Yes, there it was. It was just okay. That was weird. That was just it was just Streamlabs being weird and stupid. So thanks for that. That was very anticlimactic. Yes, Nicoletta. Oh, at last, the very new progress bar is beginning. So we're gonna have our duel. It's going to be here. 1992. There we go. Isn't that just pretty? Isn't that just the prettiest thing you guys have ever seen? Yeah, another confetti cannon. Why not? I didn't intend to do that, but you know, it's all good. There it was, you guys. NaNoWriMo 2025, NaNo 2.0, novel November novel writing month, whatever you want to call it. We did it. Oh, I'm so happy and I'm so tired. So that is great. I want to thank you guys for being in the chat with me all day. It's been amazing. And it's been amazing to hear how you guys have been doing throughout the month as well. What you are doing. So motivating. And it's nice to chat to you guys. And I want to thank you who followed along all through these 30 days, maybe less, whatever, just as long as you were here. Seriously meant so much to me. I'm so happy and proud of what has been going on here. 158 pages almost in 30 days. The closest to that amount is 120 something in my short story book, and that has been throughout 2-3 years. We did this in 30 days. That's insane. If you want to see more of this, please remember to like it on YouTube if you like the video, the live stream, or the VOD. That would mean so much to me, and maybe even subscribe and you know, follow along. We're going to continue working on this in the future. We're going to continue working on short stories and 1-minute stories and other formats I have in mind. And I hope you will be there alongside of me. That would be great, because I want to hear as well what you guys are doing and how you're doing. And I guess that was it. There's not much more to say. This was NaNoWriMo, my first one ever, and it went so insanely well. I'm at a loss of words, I think. Just lastly say, once again, thank you guys so much for being here. It's been awesome. Remember, we write our own stories, and I'll see you next time. It's not going to be next week. I'm going to take a week off from live streaming, but I should be back in the week after that. Once, twice, maybe 3 times in that week. Definitely not every day, I'm pretty sure. Not right now, at least. But do expect more actual long-form content from me in the future, because I want to start doing that again. And I got a lot of shorts and memes that I need to be doing, so there's plenty of stuff to hang around for. Thanks for the stream. See you, says Nicoletta. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you, JP. Have a good rest of you guys' night or day, wherever you're at. And I guess the final word is bye.